Hello everybody, welcome to another stream. I feel like I'm rug pulling everybody because I think we were all anticipating that the next stream would be the conclusion to fire making. I'm only about 2.5 hours away from that, but I'm actually going to be doing the farming Tithe minigame today, beginning with a farm run here from last time. So that's what we'll be doing. Should be exciting. Should be fine. It's like I'm gonna level up the farming here before I get there. There you go, 38. Nice. My god, that's a lot of tomatoes. Just gonna eat all these tomatoes to get rid of them. Alright, let's go to Ardoin next. Do that patch. Leaving the Camelot one for last because from there I'm gonna try to get on over to Zaya, so that I can go to Hasidius for the farming Tithe. I actually need to stock up on watering cans in my house as well before I go there. You know what? I think I actually need to check what I even need. Do I need a seed dibbler here? Yeah, a spade, a seed dibbler. And I think that's it, and the watering cans. I don't need a rake. Apparently I should be able to get some good herb rewards while doing farming Tithe. So that should be good. I will say, I'm kind of over the farm runs, to be quite honest with you. It takes so much time. Doesn't seem like much, but it really detracts you from what you're doing. So I might start focusing on just herbs. I don't know. We'll see. Especially now that I'm going to be doing the farming Tithe as a primary means of experience for farming. Doesn't make as much sense for me to continue doing full allotment runs here. At least not for now. Alright, so I should be able to get 8 buckets here. I hope. No, not a bucket. I need a... Oh boy. I think we have a problem. I think we have a problem. I thought I had the... Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going crazy. I need to get 8 watering cans. So I'm gonna have to like drop these, which is annoying. You can only have one in your inventory at a time. Gonna get a nice horde here. The joys of a no-shop Ironman. I must do this instead of just buying a bunch of them. I did not mean to get a trowel. Alright, that should be enough, right? Okay, I think that's good enough. Right, now I am going to Zaya, which I think Port Serum is northeast, or just east. There might be an agility shortcut here I can utilize. Or actually, I think this is the agility shortcut that you require a diary to use. Or not, you can just run straight to it. Let me see, I'm gonna have to go west. I'm running all the way over here. So yeah, we'll go south once we reach land. Let me see if there's going to be water there. Yeah, there's some water right here. There's water everywhere, I guess. What is this? This is... I think this is the farming guild, so I don't think I can actually go in that bank. Something very peaceful about this track. I might not be able to go in this bank. I'm gonna have to go to the other one. Damn it. That's alright. Completely exhausted my run energy. That's just lovely. Okay, so go ahead and deposit all of this junk. Let me deposit 4 of these. I'm gonna keep just 8. I think that's a good beginner strategy. Once I get more accustomed to the minigame, I might change the strategy. Or as people hopefully trickle into this stream and give me some tips. we're gonna see how this goes. Might as well fill up here. Not gonna be running until the run energy is fully restored. My God, the walk is so slow. My God, the really peaceful music just out of nowhere to this. What do we call this? The hillbilly banjo tunes? I don't know. It's just a little jarring, you know, switching from one to the other like that so dramatically. It was very jarring, actually. Okay, so I believe this is where we start. So of course I need the beginner seeds here. Can get up to 10,000? Okay. Let me get 10,000. 10,000 seeds, boys. Okay. Hey, young sir, do you know what you're doing in there? Yes, I know what I'm doing. I think. So, the reason why I am streaming this is because of this. You can now use the minigame teleport to travel to Farmer Grickler's house. And that's because I actually meant to record an episode in which I did the Bon Voyage quest, and as I was routing that quest, I realized I needed to come here to Hasidius, and I was trying to find a nice teleport to make it nice for the episode, and I realized this was the better one, so I figured I might as well do a little bit of farming Tithe to unlock the teleport before recording that episode. I'm going to randomize the music, because I don't know if I can take this track for an hour, or 2 hours, or however long I'm here. Okay. So, never done this before. Fertilizer, I don't really know what that fertilizer is for. I don't remember reading about it. Give me a second, I have to, what's the fertilizer for? I didn't think I needed that. Yeah, see, the little strategy I'm reading here on Old School RuneScape Wiki says you drop the fertilizer. Using this item will make this run undoable. Alright, so let's go ahead and drop it. And then I believe you just start dropping seeds. Although I do think I have to water them initially. Yeah, this is not working so far. Definitely gonna have to get the hang of it. And the timing. This is definitely not going well. It is click intensive. I'm not liking that aspect. This is very click intensive. Definitely gonna take some getting used to. Then I think I need to run back here and water all of these, of course. Yeah, the timing is weird. You kind of have to wait until the animation gets to a certain spot before you can re-water. See, if you click it too soon, it doesn't count. And I keep doing that. And I keep doing that. Oh, did that plant die? Oh no, it was just a little glitch in the animation. Come on now. This is interesting. I'm clicking too soon, damn it. I get too eager. I get too hasty. I keep doing it. I guess you have to wait. I just gotta wait until he's done watering. There's no other way around it. Okay, that's ridiculous. It's a full wait. No, there's something weird here. I will figure this out, I promise. Okay, so I think we got this, and now I can finally harvest the fruit. The timing is definitely going to take getting used to. Alright, so at this point... Alright, so I want to deposit at least 100 fruit, because for every 100 you get 2 bonus points. And whenever you leave the minigame, the number of fruits deposited resets. Okay. Understood. So, I deposit this in the sack, I guess. Alright, good. I guess that's it. That's the basic form of a run, and now it's only a matter of actually getting good at this, and then once I feel like I have a good grasp, I can try to go for more advanced strategies. Because I think if you're a good player, you can steamroll like 5 or 6 plots as opposed to just 4. But I'm not gonna do that. as of yet. Let me look at a specific route here. So we're gonna do, so you kind of have to alternate side to side to make it more efficient, which makes sense. So you zigzag the first 2 plots, and then you line the next 2. Alright, let me try that. I'm looking at some strategies here. Seeing if I can be more efficient. I actually should have started on this end. See, it makes way more sense to start at this end because then you can... Yeah, that was stupid of me. You live and you learn. See, and then from here I can just kind of rotate back to my starting point, which makes sense. See, I'm not understanding the watering animation. Okay, I think I get it. So I have to wait until he starts watering, and then I can click the... Yeah, there we go. Now it's making sense. I gotcha. So you want to wait until he starts watering, and then you can click the water bucket. See, like this, it'll cancel the animation. Yeah, way better. This is how you win, son. Are you winning, son? I think now I am. There we go. I got the timing down. Now it's just a matter of practicing and improving upon this strategy. I'm gonna do a few runs like this, and then once I feel a little bit more comfortable, I'll start to go for 5 patches. $39 farming, excellent. How did I get this thing again? Okay, so I learned from my mistakes, so this time I'm gonna start over here. That way, once I finish these two plots, I'm already right there to move on to the next one, which makes way more sense. Yeah, very click intensive. If you focus, I think you can do a really good job. I'm notoriously not a good focuser in this game. I like to play a little bit more relaxed, even at the expense of not being the most efficient player in the world. I could be the most efficient, but at what cost, you know? Carpal tunnel? Insanity? No thanks. Oh, actually it's over here. See, I forgot that I started over here this time. How goofy of me. I clicked a little too early on that watering can. That was a better run. Definitely not perfect, but much better run. Let me try one more like this, and then I might add in a 5th patch. Hey Muffin, welcome in. Hope you're having a good Friday. Hope your week went well. Been hibernating, huh? That's good. Hopefully you're feeling rested. We'll see how this very click-intensive activity works while I'm also trying to read chat. Have I done anything interesting today? Not really. Just the usual. Went to work. Now I'm home. Doing a little bit of streaming. It's my first time trying out this farming Tithe thing, and it's kind of interesting, kind of fun. I could definitely see myself getting carpal tunnel, though, doing this. It is indeed click intensive, especially if you want to be efficient. But it is a nice break from the wintertide grind. So the little blue circle in the plants indicates the timer on it for when I need to water it. So if it's blue, it's still okay. Whenever it turns orange like this, it means I need to water it. If I don't water it before the orange circle runs out, then the plant dies. The blue essentially means the plant is growing, and the yellow means it needs to be watered. Now the little circles are actually not native to the game. This is the plugin for RuneLite that kind of shows you just to make your job a little bit easier here. Otherwise you have to pay attention to what growth stage the plants are on. Like pumpkins? I don't know. I don't know if they look like pumpkins, but they're called Golovanova plants. Whatever that means. Clearly not a real thing. Some RuneScape mystical plant. See, and now after a few rounds of watering, they're fully grown and ready to be harvested. Absolutely gigantic. Okay, nice. So I think I'm going to try to go for 5 patches instead of 4 this time. It's going to be a little bit more intense, but I think I can handle it. So I'm trying to think about the strategy here. I think I do the plots like I normally would. And then I will go and just do a 3rd plot next to the initial plot. I think that makes sense. So I'll kind of start here, and then I'll zigzag here. And then I'll do 1 row here, 1 row here, or actually 1 row here, 1 row here, and then I'll come to this plot and do a 5th one. And then I can water the plots. I'm trying to think of the route that I want to take. You know what? I almost forgot to refill my watering cans. This is not a quest, Muffin. This is essentially a way to get good farming experience. But indirectly, I am kind of doing this for a quest because I was going to record the Bon Voyage quest. And as I was routing that episode for doing the quest, I realized that I needed to come here to the Zaya continent, which is kind of tricky to get to unless you have a teleport. However, if you unlock this minigame that I'm doing currently, you get a teleport to it. So indirectly, it was for a quest, but not really. Alright, let's try the 5-plot strategy. The Pokemon Crystal is going great. I'm having so much fun with it. I'm like a good 25 episodes in. I was deliberating whether I should keep recording tonight or stream some RuneScape, but I want to try to do at least one stream per week with RuneScape, so I figured, let me go stream. I can always play Pokemon at my own time. Let's see the 5-plot. I think we should be good. Yeah, the 5-plot is not that stressful, actually. Works out pretty well. It's actually a little bit more high-paced. It's kind of fun. It's just kind of hard to read chat while I'm doing this. Oh, I don't even need to click the watering can. Oh, I'm so stupid. You can just click the plant and it'll water it. Wow. I'm so stupid. Here I am, like, spam clicking everything. My hands are going nuts. And I don't have to click the watering can at all. I can just click the plant. Wow, I feel stupid. Wow, this is way better. Way more chill. Wow, I feel dumb. I'm glad I discovered this pretty early on, as opposed to after doing this for hours. You're about to do some Mario Kart? Mario Kart is super fun. Admittedly, I have not played every single Mario Kart in the series. But I have some very fond memories of Mario Kart 8, of course. And I used to go to my friend's house and play Double Dash with some friends from high school, so that was fun. But the classic was Mario Kart 64, right? I remember when I first got my Nintendo 64, I had Mario Kart, and it was just one of my earlier gaming experiences was playing Mario Kart 64, so that one holds a special place in my heart. The more important question is not what's your favorite Mario Kart game, but what's your go-to character? Who do you play as? That's the important question. I'll let you answer before I give you my answer. And I want to guess too. Like, you know me a little bit from watching some of the streams and videos. Who do you guess I play as in Mario Kart? I think you'd be surprised. I think you would be surprised to know. Man, you know what, dude? You know what? You've really put me in the mood for Mario Kart. Bowser or Donkey Kong? Those are reasonable guesses. I had a Rottweiler, my puppy, and I named him Bowser. Oh, I forgot to water these. Dang it. So yeah, those are reasonable guesses, but they're incorrect. I like to play as the biggest troll of them all. I like to play as Wario. And I know people have very strong opinions on Wario. Just because he is such a troll character. Alright, so I think for the first seed plant, if you do click the watering can, you can kind of cancel out the animation, and that does save a little bit of time, but after that, you don't really have to spam it like this. I'm getting the hang of this. I'm learning the meta. You didn't tell me who you play as, though, in Mario Kart. Ah, dang it. I'm misclicking a lot here. It's alright. Play as the villager. That's fair. I tried playing as Waluigi in some of the later iterations of Mario Kart, but since Wario is there from the very beginning in the first Mario Kart, I kind of picked him as my main character. See, I'm a bit of a weird character. I'm very much a contrarian. I always like to do things that people don't do, as much as I can anyway. So I feel like Wario is just one of those hated characters for most people, so that's why I like to play as him. Wario's Brawl costume. I'm actually not sure what that looks like. I can't envision it. Dude, the amount of hours I sank into Super Smash Bros. Is insane. But Again, the classic Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo 64. I haven't played too much of the later versions. I played a lot of Melee, but after that I never really played much. I've never played Brawl, actually. But yeah, me and my cousins, I would go over to my cousin's house, and we would gather around the GameCube and just stay up till like the sunrise playing Smash Brothers. Get my ass whooped every time. Because I was a kid, you know, I was like 10 or something. And they were like teenagers. So they were smarter, more capable, more dexterity than me at the time. So they would just whoop my ass. I was just button mashing at that point in my life. I mained Marth. Loved me some Marth. I'm a huge Legend of Zelda fan, so I tried to make Link my main character, but I just feel like he was never very viable for competitive play. He's not like a top tier character, in my opinion anyway. At least for 64 and Melee. Now Zelda / Sheik, I think a lot of the top tier players do use it for Melee. I also went on a pretty big binge for the farmer empties your fruit sack as it's filled up with 100 fruit and provides you with 2 bonus points. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, I went on a pretty big binge for watching competitive Super Smash Bros. Competitions. It's actually super fun to watch those tournaments. There was a really good documentary as well on YouTube about competitive Super Smash Bros. Play. Super interesting. You mean Kirby? Kirby's super fun. I remember the down B move on Kirby for the Nintendo 64 version where he turns into like a little brick and just slams down. Love that. I'm sure there's like a proper name for that move. I just can't remember it. I think the most satisfying thing you can do in Super Smash Bros. Though is definitely land a Falcon Punch. Obviously not very viable when you're playing against very good competitive players, but when you land one of those, it's like the most satisfying thing in the planet. See, I'm not too familiar with the melee characters that are exclusive, or not melee, brawl characters that are exclusive to that version. Like I said, I only played melee and the 64 version, so I'm not familiar with the Mii character or Sonic or a lot of those. Cloud is Kingdom Hearts, right? Or am I making that up? Final Fantasy, oh my god. I don't know why, but I always get Final Fantasy mixed up with Kingdom Hearts. I have no idea why. It doesn't make any sense to get those two games confused. Two totally different things. I almost said Final Fantasy too. I was like, yeah, Cloud from Final Fantasy, and then I stopped myself and I said Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is like a Disney-based game. I really don't know why I get those two mixed up. Yeah, maybe it's the art style. Who knows? Okay. I didn't know that it was like a collab between the same devs. See, that's interesting. I also collected the amiibos. And I know those were pretty big in terms of Super Smash Bros. Brawl because they release like every character as an amiibo. So I have a ton of amiibos, but they're actually just sitting in a box in my attic. Which feels kind of wasteful. It used to be a lot of fun to collect them because certain amiibos were really, really hard to get. And there was definitely a shortage. So it was kind of fun to try and collect them like that. Like sometimes I would go on collecting forums and people would let you know like, hey man, this Best Buy at this location just restocked on this one. Get them while you can. So that was a lot of fun. But I think nowadays you can just get any amiibo you want. Yeah, I stopped collecting a long time ago. Yeah, I know a lot of the games give cool functionality with the amiibo, like the cosmetics in Breath of the Wild, for sure. What is the rarest amiibo I have? I would have to refamiliarize myself with the rarity of them. But since I was collecting them in the early days, I would imagine that my rarest ones are some of these like first generation amiibos. For example, the Animal Crossing... What's the guy's name? The little Mii character? Not the Mii character. I guess it is the Mii character. There were two versions of him. There was like the first version, which the nose was like a little bit different. And then all the remakes of him were... The nose was different, like I said. And so the first generation is apparently very rare. And I have the... Yeah, the villager. The villager. I don't know what I'm talking about with Mii character. Yeah, I have the first generation villager, which I believe is very rare. Unless they like redid it and re-released. Unfortunately, that's also my amiibo that's in the worst condition. Like all of them are still in the box. And my villager is, the box is a little bit crumpled. It's not bad, but just comparatively speaking, it's a little bit crumplier. If you're more familiar with what the rare amiibos are, if you list out some rare ones, I can tell you if I have them or not. I accidentally diagonaled this second plot here, which was wasteful, but whatever. I really don't know how streamers play games that require some degree of focus and chat at the same time. It's actually harder than it looks. I'm thinking specifically of speedrunners. Like, how do you speedrun and pay attention to chat? And my chat is fairly quiet. As you can see, Muffin, you're the only one here, and even then I'm struggling to chat and play. Ah, damn it, of course you list something that I don't have. No, I do not have the Golden Mega Man. I do have a Golden Mario, though. Yeah, I do have a second monitor. I need to position it better because the chat is like all the way to the right side of the right monitor. So I probably need to bring it closer to my center line, and that will help. Oh, you know what I think is a rare amiibo that I have is the Chibi Robo amiibo. I think it's rare because the only way you could get it is if you bought the game when it came out way back in the day, and it's kind of like a silly niche game that probably not many people were interested in, and you couldn't just buy the amiibo standalone, you had to do it by buying the game. The Mii Fighter amiibos. I might have some of those. Let me look up what they look like real quick. Oh yeah, I definitely have the Mii Fighters. I have the trio, the 3-pack with all of them. Hey Pixel, welcome in. You probably didn't know I was back because I disappeared for a while. I was gone for like 4 months. Dropped off the face of the earth. Been back for what, like a month now or something? Totally addicted to recording games again. So I've been working hard on RuneScape, Lord of the Rings Online. I'm recording Pokemon Crystal. Oh, Muffin, you know what another rare one is? Or at least it was when I was collecting. One of the rarest ones was the, I guess the Mii trainer, or the Wii trainer, that's doing like a yoga pose. That one was really rare in the beginning. I don't know if it still is, but I do have that one as well. Oh my god, it's Smash Ultimate, isn't it? I've been talking about Brawl as if it was Ultimate. Of course I meant Ultimate. Yeah, I've had every Nintendo system. From the NES to the SNES, N64, GameCube, the Wii, the Wii U, the Switch. Had them all. Ah, doing a terrible job clicking. Yeah, I did play Mario Kart Wii. I did not have Mario Kart Wii. I played it at a friend's house often though. I did not play Brawl or Ultimate. Yeah, during the late stages of the Wii life cycle and all throughout Wii U life cycle, I was very busy in real life, so I didn't really play many games. So I kind of had the system, but not many games for them. Oh my god, I diagonaled this again. Oh well. You know, that is a great question. And now that you ask it, I'm trying to even run through the games in my head that I had for the Wii. What did I have for the Wii? I probably got it for Zelda. So I know for sure Skyward Sword. Usually it's a Zelda game that'll get me to buy the system. Total Zelda fanboy. I did not have the remake on the Switch. That is true. But once I get around to recording Zelda, I will probably do it on the HD version. Oh no, get that plant. It's gonna die. That was close. I guess this minigame is pretty forgiving because I've made a lot of mistakes this round and I'm still gonna come out alright. Yeah, I don't know if it was you who I told during the last stream, but I have a copy of Tears of the Kingdom that's still in its saran wrap. I never even opened it to play it. I became a Zelda fan when Ocarina of Time came out. That is my all-time favorite game ever. And it's not just because the game itself is a masterpiece, but it just came out at the perfect time in my life, you know, when I was a kid and it was those formative years, so the game really stuck with me. And at the time, I had just moved to the United States, so I didn't speak any English. So I was trying to play Zelda without knowing English, so all the dialogue and all the clues telling you where to go next, I couldn't understand it at all, so I had to spend hours exploring the game and trying to figure things out in that way. Like if you think just at the beginning of the game, Mido tells you that you need a sword and a shield to go see the Great Deku Tree, and I had no idea that he was telling me that, so I didn't know that I had to be looking for a sword and a shield. So it was very explorative in that sense. And this was before like looking stuff up on the internet, so it took me months to beat Ocarina of Time, and that was just through sheer will of exploration. And then I made a lot of lifelong friendships in elementary school because of that game. So I found out that some friends had Legend of Zelda as well. and we would talk about it, and we go over to each other's house and play, and he would figure out how to beat a dungeon and tell me, and so it was just a very formative experience. And the way I got into Legend of Zelda to begin with, Ocarina of Time, is, believe it or not, this sounds a little silly, but a commercial. They had a spectacular commercial for Ocarina of Time back when it came out. And I remember seeing that commercial and I was like, holy shit, I need to get that game when it comes out. And I did. I got it as a Christmas present in 1998 when the game came out. In fact, Ocarina of Time is what inspired me to start this channel, believe it or not. I was replaying Ocarina of Time, and I thought, man, I need to like record this somehow and document this playthrough. And this is back when, I mean, I started the channel over 10 years ago, so this is kind of when Let's Plays and video walkthroughs were still in their infancy. But that's kind of what inspired me to start the channel. Kind of weird to think about, considering I have not done a Let's Play of Ocarina of Time yet. But the first game I ever uploaded was the first Legend of Zelda for the NES, because I figured if I'm gonna do a Let's Play of Ocarina of Time, I need to start at the first Zelda game and work my way up to it. So that was my first video I uploaded, was Legend of Zelda for the NES. No, I actually was born in Brazil. I moved to the US when I was 8 years old, something like that. And man, I remember when Majora's Mask was coming out too. I was totally hooked on Zelda at the time, of course. And I don't know if you remember, but back in the day, Best Buy would like set up a game demo in the middle of the store, and they would have Majora's Mask. You could play like the first 30 minutes of the game before the game came out. And I remember I would try to get to a Best Buy at every opportunity I had, just so I could play that demo. And there would always be some stupid kid hogging the system, and I'd have to sit there waiting for them to leave or their parents to peel them away so I could get my chance at it. Yeah, I can't speak Portuguese. I speak Portuguese, I speak Spanish, and I've been working hard to learn Italian, though I'm nowhere near conversational in Italian yet. Yeah, and I also got Majora's Gift as a generous Christmas present from my parents when that game came out. And that was really funny because we went to the store to get the game. Like, it wasn't supposed to be a surprise or anything. They essentially asked me what I wanted for Christmas, and I said, I need Majora's Mask, bro. I need that game. So we went and we got it, but of course my parents said, we're gonna wrap this, and you can only open it on Christmas. And I was so devastated. And so we went and we got the game, and then when we got back home, I got the bag with the game, and I like ran upstairs real quick as if I was going to the bathroom, and I like ripped the game out of the box and put another Nintendo game in the box. And you also needed the expansion pack to play Majora's Mask for the N64. So I ripped the expansion pack out of its packaging, and I placed the regular pack from the N64 in there, and I like try to tape it together with some Scotch tape, thinking it was gonna fool my parents when I gave them the bag. What a stupid kid I was. But yeah, that was the great idea that was running through my head at the time. I was like, I'll just replace the game cartridge. I'll rip the expansion pack out of the packaging, put something else in there, tape it all together. They'll never know the difference. Needless to say, I definitely got called out on that bullshit. Okay, yeah, the Switch is a great system, man. It is crazy to think, though, that the Switch has been out for such a long time. I have to imagine it's nearing the end of its life cycle, right? Surely there's another Nintendo system on the near horizon. Actually, I've not been keeping up with the Nintendo news. The great thing about the Switch is that they have done a reasonably good job at re-releasing a lot of the old classics, right? That you can download on your Switch. So if you miss some of the previous generations of Nintendo consoles, you can still enjoy a lot of those games on the Switch. Which is something I definitely appreciate that Nintendo does. Because there are some games that are classics, but they're just so hard to access just because the systems are so old and it's kind of hard to get retro games like that. So I'm glad they try to bring those back through the Switch. Oh yeah, Did You Know Gaming? That's a great channel. They produce some really cool videos. Yeah, I'm a total Nintendo fanboy. The lack of Nintendo games on my channel certainly undersells how much of a Nintendo fan I am. I definitely need to do more Nintendo games. I'll get Ocarina of Time up very soon, I think. I'm going to finish up Pokemon Crystal, and then next on the line is finally doing Ocarina of Time. And then I wanted to keep working on some Mario games too. I started on a quest to play through every Super Mario game, and I've only done the first one, so that's kind of embarrassing. Definitely need to make sure I hit those. And by I've only done the first one, I mean for the channel. Of course, I've played through a lot of the Mario games. Oh man, Yoshi's Story is a classic too. I remember playing that as a kid very fondly. Great game. I actually recorded about 90% of Yoshi's Woolly World when it came out. I think it was 2016 when that game came out. And I recorded about 90% of that game. And then I had a catastrophic hard drive failure and lost all the freaking videos. And I did not have it in me to go back and re-record everything. Maybe one day. RPG Casey, welcome in. You flatter me, sir. I try my best to make good video, good content, but I know I'm not the best. As long as I'm somebody's favorite, you know, that's something. I'll take it. I'm just sharing some Nintendo stories with Muffin in the chat. We've been chatting all things Nintendo games. Reminiscing about the good old days, growing up playing Nintendo games. Mario Kart, Smash Brothers. Yeah, I think the Yoshi series is very underrated when it comes to Nintendo games. Zelda and Mario, of course, get all the credit, but there are some spectacular Yoshi games out there. Oh, I didn't know that the N64 games were locked behind a paywall. Is it like a subscription or is it like a one-time fee thing? You grew up on the SNES, Casey. It's a little bit before my time. I had an SNES, but I got it after the fact. My first Nintendo console was the N64. And then several years later, after becoming an entrenched Nintendo fanboy, I went back and got an SNES. Hey Cam, how you doing? I'm doing very well. Had a good week. Ready for the weekend, enjoying some cozy Friday night streaming. Oh, I see, Muffin. See, when it comes to the N64 games, just because of the nostalgia, I really like playing those games on the original hardware. But that can get so expensive now because there's a market for collecting these games. I'm forgetting to water, damn it. Superman 64, that sounds like a disaster. I'm not familiar with that one. I did at multiple points in the lifetime of this channel considering just doing a 100% of every N64 game. But I figured there's so many things on my list to do that I don't want to limit myself to that. I looked at the first game. If I were to do every N64 game in alphabetical order, the first one on there is 1080 Snowboarding, which is actually a game I did play as a kid and is actually really good. It's a pretty simple snowboarding game, as the title implies, but it's a lot of fun, actually. I imagine Superman 64 being like totally clunky and buggy. I don't know if that's the right impression. blocky modules. I'm imagining Superman's cape just being like one giant red block. Nowadays, there's kind of a charm to really bad games, right? Especially in the era of YouTube content. I feel like those really bad games make for good content, if anything. I feel like the trifecta of N64 gaming, though, has to be Ocarina of Time, Super Mario 64, and GoldenEye 007. I think that's like the, forgive the pun, but the Triforce of N64 gaming. Muffin, I don't know if there is anybody left to add to the Smash roster. I feel like every video game character that Nintendo can lay claim to is already in that game. I'm struggling to think who's missing. I will say this. You know who would be awesome if you could play as? In Smash Brothers. Or a standalone game series on its own will be none other than Zelda's Tingle. Tingle is just such a ridiculous character that it's hard not to love him. The funniest thing about Tingle is that if you read information about him, you learn that he's actually a 40-year-old man. He's a 40-year-old man that dreams about being a fairy, which is absolutely hilarious. He just dances around and flies in his balloon. And his dad is that big, burly macho man with chest hair that runs the photography thing in Majora's Mask, the photography boat ride. That whole character is just so comical that I would love to see him get utilized more. Yeah, Paper Mario is really fun too, for sure. But I feel like that was maybe one generation later than like the Ocarina of Time, Mario 64 and GoldenEye era. Yeah, Casey, the Lord of the Rings Online series did take off in the recent years. Take off, relatively speaking, of course. It's not like it's getting tens of thousands of views, but I noticed that a lot of the people looking for Lord of the Rings Online content get funneled to that playlist. Now, it definitely took years. Like, I started that series, I don't know, like 7-8 years ago or something like that, and at least for the first time, for the first 5, the videos would get like 10-20 views each, and then one day it just kind of started taking off. And I know that part 1 has like 100,000 plus views, which is nuts, and it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy that that first video has so many views because I did such a bad job with the audio levels on it. Like when I'm doing the introduction, which is super important because it's where people decide if they want to continue with the series or not. When I'm doing that introduction, the background music is just blaring over my voice. Super unfortunate. I have not done Paper Mario on my channel yet. I was actually just chatting with Muffin that I'm somewhat embarrassed at the lack of Nintendo games on my channel. It definitely betrays my taste in games because at my heart, I am a Nintendo fanboy. Nintendo games are what inspired me to even start the channel. And for all that, I have very little Nintendo content, which I'm hoping to fix. Oh, Casey, congrats on starting a channel. It's definitely a super fun adventure For me, I never really focused too much on growth or anything like that. I never did anything that I thought would be popular. I just kind of did it as a hobby and a way to document my own gaming journey. It's kind of evolved over the years, but it's a super fun ride, so enjoy it. And don't get discouraged with low views and stuff like that. As long as you're having fun with it, that's what matters. And one day, the views comes, I guess. Like you mentioned with the Lord of the Rings Online series, for years I was doing it without any sort of recognition or anything, just for my own satisfaction. And eventually the Lord of the Rings community came to it. I'll have to check out your channel after the stream. Suladon, a non-canon game about one of the ring wraiths? Never heard of that. I thought I had at least heard about every Lord of the Rings game out there, but I guess not. Muffin, it feels like in my era, kids in my era when we were growing up with video games, you were either like a Nintendo person or a PlayStation person. It seems like there were very little people that had both. So I was definitely more a Nintendo guy. I didn't have too much PlayStation experience. However, my sister, which she does not care the least about video games, but she bought a PlayStation because of, I don't know if you remember the Dance Dance Revolution hype. I think like in the early 2000s, Dance Dance Revolution was like the thing to do. And so she bought a PlayStation with like the little dance mat so she could play on the dance mat. And she bought Disney Dance Dance Revolution. So she got a PlayStation, and then I started using her PlayStation, obviously. And I have very fond memories of the classics like Tomb Raider. And one of my favorite games on the PlayStation was Dino Crisis. I don't know if you played Dino Crisis 1 and 2, but those were really fun. Besides that, I don't have too much PlayStation experience. One game that I have a lot of fond memories as a kid of as well that was big on the PlayStation was Rayman, but I did not play Rayman on the PlayStation. I played it on the PC. Oh, Casey, Muffin and I were talking about that too, the classic like department store video game setup where you would like rush up there to play a demo of your favorite game. And inevitably, there would be some stupid kid hogging the system, and you'd have to wait for his parents to come peel him away so you could play. I was talking about how I did that for Majora's Mask when they were promoting that game. I'd always try to sneak into a Best Buy to play. Yeah, check out Dino Crisis if you haven't seen it or heard of it. Really fun game. I have not heard of Sly Cooper. Not familiar with those games. Bloody Roar, not familiar. But yeah, the department store video game setups were so good, man. It's like your parents would drag you to the mall. You didn't want to go. But then you would run to the department store and be like, I'll be here, Mom and Dad. Whenever you're done, you can come get me. Let's pray I don't get kidnapped by a predator. Sly Cooper. I'll have to look that up. What is it? What is it about? What's like the general overview of a Sly Cooper game? I don't know why, but the title sounds interesting, and the fact that you guys are talking about it. This is one of my favorite Rune tunes. Such a classic. What is this, the Falador theme? Can we take a moment to appreciate Falador as well? The name Falador for like a medieval town is just so perfect. What is this? Workshop. Okay. You play a raccoon thief who goes on heists with his hippo buddy and the turtle. That sounds absolutely outrageous. In the best way possible. Raccoon thief on heist with a hippo and a turtle. I absolutely have to check that out. I love those like whimsical, almost, I guess, children's type of situations like that. Just like outrageously creative. That sounds like it would be right up my alley. I only hope that I don't forget to look this up. If anybody's still here whenever I finish the stream, remind me. Yeah, and I'm definitely a fan of stealth games, so if there's a stealth mechanic to it, then for sure I need to check it out. You're gonna stay to the end, huh? Think you'll outlast my stamina here for farming Tithe? What if I stay streaming for 10 hours? Probably won't happen, but we'll see. See, I'm having fun. Usually, most of my streams, I'm kind of here by myself. There's no one here, so I burn out a little bit quicker. But whenever there are people chatting and we're having fun discussions, it's definitely a lot more engaging to stream. What year did that game come out? Because stealth games are a relatively late development. I mean, there are a few games that tried to do it, didn't do it too well. But if it's one of the classics, it might have been one of the first successful stealth games, who knows? (2002), yeah, see, that I feel like that's very early in the stealth game genre. I'm struggling to think of another one that came before or during that era. I think the the obvious contender there is the Thief series, right? When did the original Thief come out? I think that was before 2002 for sure, but not too far before. Oh, that's true. I always forget about Metal Gear. That's obviously such a huge franchise. And yeah, I think the first Metal Gear is pretty early. I think my favorite stealth series has to for sure be the Hitman series. Freaking love the Hitman games. I tried to do the latest iteration as it was coming out as episodic content. That is my only abandoned series on the channel, and not because I wasn't enjoying it, but mainly because the game kept changing so much that as I was recording it, the game that I started recording was completely different than what it had become, so it got very confusing to 100% it. But I went back and I did the original Hitman. I still need to continue that series. Yeah, I don't have enough lifetimes to play all the games that I want to play. There's so many good games to choose from and record. It's kind of sad knowing I'll never get to all of them. $1987. That's crazy. I would not have suspected that at all. Thought it would have been like the late 90s if I had to guess. I was off by a decade. Yeah, I love stealth so much that as I was playing Lord of the Rings Online, for the majority of my time playing Lord of the Rings Online, my main character was a burglar. Up until when I decided to start recording a series for it and made a new character. But I loved playing a burglar so I could sneak around. Good times. Yeah, Casey, I think there are a lot of games like that, right? Where they create a game very early on, like in the 80s, and then abandon it for a long time. And then as the technology for gaming improved, they kind of launch a franchise from it. So it sounds like Metal Gear was possibly like that, where they had some iteration of it in the 80s, and then finally in the late 90s, they officially launched the franchise as something more viable. What do you mean it's the sequel? Are you saying it's similarly named but totally different franchises? Or are you saying it's just like a regular continuation? Okay. Continuation. Yeah, I looked into the series as a possible one for recording. And of course, I came to the conclusion that, yeah, I would love to do this. So it's on my list somewhere, but it's towards the bottom of my list. For now, anyway. Such a struggle, man. Having an infinite, ever-growing list. It's annoying. Whenever I record a game, I'll scratch it off. But every time I scratch off a game, I add like 10 more to the list. So it's ever expanding and never going down. But at the end of the day, I guess that's not a bad problem to have, right? That means there's always a great game to choose from. It again just gets frustrating having to come to terms with the reality that I'll never get around to all of them. I think I'm definitely getting better at this minigame. Definitely more proficient. I think that maybe I'll do a few more rounds and then possibly try a more advanced click-intensive strategy. I don't know, it's kind of nice. It's kind of chill though. That way I can not have to stress about it. I can just relax. Be able to chat with everybody. Yeah, Casey, I think there's definitely something to be said about that in terms of doing more manageable games instead of taking on huge projects. I could definitely do more of that. Yeah, Muffin, this is the story of RuneScape. It is very repetitive clicking around. Definitely not for everybody. I definitely understand that. But to be fair, the grind is certainly way more entertaining while I get to stream and chat with people like yourself. It definitely makes it way more bearable. Usually if there's nobody here on the stream, I will have separate headphones on and I'll be listening to a podcast or watching YouTube videos or something on the side. Yeah, but I feel like grinding in World of Warcraft is completely different than grinding in Old School RuneScape. Old School RuneScape grinding is a lot more repetitive, I think. What YouTubers do I like? To be fully honest with you, I'm not subscribed to too many gaming channels. Usually if I'm watching a playthrough or a let's play or something like that, I'll just kind of search for it and come across a random content creator. I don't see too many repeat offenders, I guess, on my list. In terms of watching gaming content, sounds kind of dorky, but I like watching speedruns. So I'll watch people speedrun Zelda. Sometimes Super Mario 64 speedruns. Let me finish this run and then I'll pull up my list of people I'm subscribed to in terms of gaming channels. Then I can give you a better answer. You're subscribed to like 300 to 500 people, and you're honoring me with your presence among the 500 other possibilities you have. See, now I feel You're boosting my ego a little bit. You have 500 YouTubers to choose from tonight, and you're here. You like horror let's players? I like the horror games for sure. I do want to do more. If you're an old school Renaissance gaming fan, you'll remember that when I first started the channel, I was doing every October I was doing like a Halloween special where all throughout the month of October I'd be uploading a, not necessarily horror, but kind of spooky themed game or something like that. So my first one was Alone in the Dark, and then I did Luigi's Mansion, and then I did Resident Evil. Which, speaking of which, I definitely need to finish all of those series. I need to do the next Luigi's Mansion iteration. I need to do the other Alone in the Darks. I need to continue Resident Evil. I don't think I've done like jump scare games though. I'm more of like the disturbing, creepy, weird vibe kind of game as opposed to jump scare, if that makes sense. Yeah, Muffin. Actually, I had done a lot of pre-planning for Luigi's Mansion 2 Dark Moon for the 3DS, right? So I have the 3DS game. I had done a lot of planning and routing for that game in preparation to record it. But then I saw that the remake in HD was coming out, so I kind of scrapped that idea until the remake, just to see. All right, as promised, give me a second and let me see who I'm subscribed to, and maybe you could recognize some of the names. I don't know why I can't think of anybody off the top of my head. It's because I'm not subscribed to like anybody. That's kind of sad. Hold on. Hold on. Because I have like I have this channel. And then I have like a personal channel where I do most of my watching. Let's see what we got here. So since we're playing RuneScape, let me start with some RuneScape content creators. I'm subscribed to Settled, which makes some pretty good old school RuneScape videos. I am, of course, subscribed to Limpwort, which does a chunk Ironman playthrough of old school RuneScape, which is super entertaining to watch. I am subscribed to a channel called Bad Infos, which focuses on very detailed 100% content for Grand Theft Auto, which is a dream of mine to be able to record that series, and he does very detailed exploration-based 100% playthroughs, kind of in my style, so I really like his content. What else do I got here? In terms of like actual personalities for gaming content, there's this guy that's a bit of a smaller creator, but I think he does have a very loyal fan base. I don't know if anybody's heard of Madrybread. He does great like RPG games, Pokemon. I enjoy watching his videos. Of course, I got some speedrun channels like Zelda speedruns. Pack Attack, he does no commentary playthroughs of like every single Nintendo game out there. So he'll show 100% every Nintendo game. So I use him as a resource a lot when I'm playing through or recording Nintendo games. Yeah, that's all I got for you for now. And I am subscribed to this gaming channel called Blitz. Has 4.2 million subscribers, but I'm actually struggling to remember who this person is and what kind of videos they make. Which is not like an insult or anything, it's just I don't really watch too much stuff. But yeah, that's that. Thanks, Casey. Thanks for spamming the likes on those videos. I do think it helps. I think that when people started liking the videos, ultimately, that might have been what started pumping that series into the algorithm. At least when people search for Lord of the Rings Online content. And if you're excited about me getting to Mordor, sorry to break it to you, but you're going to have to wait a little while longer. Of course, I'm doing the Waste right now, which is right before Mordor, but after the Wastes, I've mentioned this multiple times in videos and streams, but I'm going to go back and do like a world tour starting at the Shire and working my way back up, trying to hit up every quest that I missed or couldn't do at the time when I first went through a region. So it'll be a little while before I get to Mordor. I'm actually very excited to go back and scratch things off the list, though. Here's something you might be excited about, though. See, I tear you down by saying no Mordor for a while, but now I'll build you back up by saying that you can look forward to maybe some Lord of the Rings Online streams while I'm doing some of that, because it's going to involve a lot of deed grinding, I think. And specifically, one of the first things I'll have to do in that world tour is the chicken run quests in the Shire. And if you know anything about those, you know that a few of those takes hours to complete, like 3+ hours to do a run if it's successful, which I anticipate will require many attempts, so I'm thinking about streaming those. And yeah, Muffin, I'm definitely excited about Grand Theft Auto. I probably will not be recording 6 for a very long time, but when 6 comes out, it means that they're essentially done updating 5, so it makes it easier for me to record something like that. Yeah, Suladan, I have done Angmar. I try to go in order, so yeah, I did Angmar years ago. It's in the playlist somewhere. I don't recall like specifically what season it is. And by I try to go in order, I mean by order of release, of content release. Angmar was fun. Angmar is a fun region. When it first came out, when the game was fresh, Angmar was a total pain to go through. But then with some update, they revamped all of Angmar and made it a little bit more streamlined and a little bit more friendly to go through. And I think the changes really made it a much more enjoyable region. Same thing with Moria. Like when Moria first came out, it was still very good. Like I've always loved Moria, but it was somewhat difficult and tedious to get through. And in one update, they revamped it and made it a lot more streamlined and a lot more enjoyable. Oh, Suladan, I totally feel that. I always come to YouTube to put on a music playlist. while I'm doing other stuff. Especially video game soundtracks. If you need good video game soundtrack playlists, funny enough, Old School RuneScape is a good one. Lord of the Rings Online music is perfect as well as a playlist. Gauntlet Dark Legacy, oh my god. The soundtrack in that game is so spectacular. That game never got the credit it deserved. One of my favorite games of all time. With absolutely sensational music. My god, Summoner's Tower? Come on, that track is absolutely insane, dude. I might have to put it on. I might have to put it on for you guys to listen to. Muffin, Red Dead Redemption looks absolutely amazing, but admittedly, I have never played it. It looks really good though, and I'm sure I would have a lot of fun playing it. Oh, that's a great idea, Suladon, to make playlists for D&D sessions. Speaking of which, that reminded me of Divinity Original Sin 2. Look up a playlist for that soundtrack. That soundtrack is totally amazing as well. This track is pretty good too, Moody. It has like a little bit of that 80s retro wave vibe to it. But hold on, I talked about it, so I gotta put this on for you guys. I gotta put on Summoner's Tower from Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Totally insane track. Hold on. I can't have both of these playing at the same time. Suladon, I can't see because it's too small, but I'll try to check it out after the stream, your art for it. But I totally agree with you that there's so much charm and simplicity, at least that's how I feel. People try to overcomplicate things. So I appreciate a simple stick figure. There's charm in simplicity, for sure. All right, let me mute all this real quick. We're gonna play this, okay? Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think. Man, I love this game. I'm not gonna talk. I'm gonna let it play out for you guys. Come on, isn't that sensational? Isn't that track just spectacular? Doesn't it make you want to just pick up a sword and go save the world? Man, I love that. Maybe I'm overrating it, but it's one of the best tracks in a video game ever, in my opinion. Oh, Muffin, I was just sharing. We were talking about soundtracks and music, so I was sharing one of my favorites from Gauntlet Dark Legacy. That's what happened. Yeah, Gauntlet games are great. They all have, surprisingly enough, they all have spectacular soundtracks. Even the original NES one. However, the latest version of Gauntlet came out on Steam like, I don't know how many years ago, and it was one of those where they just kind of ripped off the title of the franchise and was completely not anything like the other games, so that was a big disappointment. But yeah, most of the Gauntlet games up until Dark Legacy are excellent. The Civilization games, of course, have one of the best soundtracks, but oftentimes they use, I don't know if real world is the right term, but sometimes they'll use very famous classical compositions in their games, mixed in with some original tracks. You mean in terms of the music, Soledad? Oh, how could I forget? How could I forget the Stronghold series? Sensational soundtrack on that as well. I talk about this in some of my videos, and I talk about it often, but at least for me personally, there's a giant correlation between the soundtrack of a game and how much I like it. It seems like all of my favorite games have spectacular music. So I think music is super important in a game that we may not consciously think of, but I think it certainly does affect how a game plays. I can confidently say that every single game in like my top 10 list has spectacular music that stands on its own as a soundtrack. Bloodborne. I have not played Bloodborne nor listened to the soundtrack, so can't speak to that one, but put that on my list of things to look up after this stream. That list is growing too much. I'm already forgetting what I promised to look up after this. Muffin, I hope you're keeping tabs. You know what? You're right. I'm just letting these rune tunes play. I could put on like a playlist. Can you put a link in the chat to a good Bloodborne playlist or whatever other playlist? Actually, I don't know if they let you put links in the chat, but try it out. Let me know if you can or not. If you can't, I'll look it up myself. See, like right now, I'm not enjoying this track. Whatever this track is, not digging it. Be a good time to change. Muffin, I think you might have missed the context. I was talking about Bloodborne because Suladon brought up the soundtrack of the game, and I was saying how I've never played Bloodborne or listened to its soundtrack. I hate to break it to you, it looks like it did not let you because I do not see a link in the chat. It might only be showing up for you. I have not played any Souls game. I know how popular they are. I know how embarrassing it is that I have a gaming channel and I have never played a Souls game. They definitely look good, like something I would enjoy, but admittedly I have never played. Yeah, Suladon, you know what you could do? Maybe just copy paste the title of the playlist, and then I'll just copy paste that into my search. I mean, I guess it's not that hard on my end to just type Bloodborne playlist on my YouTube search bar. I'll do that after I finish this round of harvesting. I mean, surprisingly, a simple search term like we all would have suspected. Bloodborne soundtrack OST, of course. I'll get it pulled up here after this harvest. All right, let's see what we got here. First of all, let me mute the music here. We don't want music playing over each other. All right, let's see. Let's see how this goes. Let me turn up my volume a little bit. I like where this is going. It's kind of in my style. See, I love it when games have a legitimate composition for their soundtrack like this. I know it's expensive on the budget, but I think it pays off. Yeah, see, for me, I have no craving to play the game by listening to this since I never played the game. Let me know if it's too loud, because I have the audio balancing set for RuneScape, so I don't know if the music is a little too overpowering right now on your end. Man, I just started getting really hungry, and I realized I did not eat dinner. Probably should have eaten dinner before I started the stream. I am in the same time zone as you, Muffin. It's 7:52 here as well. Alright, we got the Eastern Time Zone crew all mustering. I do think the volume might be a little overpowering on your end. Let me decrease it a little bit. Yeah, I definitely do not want to end the stream anytime soon, but I might have to do like a, I don't know, 15-20 minute break to eat something. That way I can continue late into the night. Yeah, Suladon, guilty as accused. Muster the Rohirrim. Speaking of which, I hope you guys know that there's an animated Lord of the Rings movie coming out, supposedly the end of this year, The War of the Rohirrim. At first I was very skeptical about an animated, like anime style, but I think it has a lot of potential, and I think we will be pleasantly surprised by it. Just a gut feeling. I have like no evidence for this. I just have a good feeling about this. I think when it comes to animated movies, as long as they're done appropriately and with care and attention, it brings another layer of possible creativity where a live action may not. Oh yeah, Suladon, what is that Hobbit game called again? I briefly looked at it a while back. I don't recall the name. Muffin, my favorite game developers. Well, we definitely talked about Nintendo, so that's for sure. And then I am a fanboy of Firefly Studios, which is responsible for the Stronghold series. And Insomniac Games, it's funny you say that because they did a one-off called Sunset Overdrive, which I did a playthrough of on my channel. And it's one of my favorite games of all time. Which is very surprising, and the reason it's surprising is because, as the title of my channel implies, I tend to gravitate more towards the older games from previous generations. But Sunset Overdrive, I think, came out in 2016, and it's, off the top of my head, it's like the only quote-unquote modern game that's on like my top 10 list. Oh, nice, Muffin. All right, I'm preaching to the choir then, if you're familiar with Sunset Overdrive. If you haven't already, if you ever get bored, check out the playlist on my channel, because I did do a 100% playthrough of it. Man, I love that game so much, and every few months, I'll get on Google and I'll start researching if there's any chance that anybody's talking about a Sunset Overdrive 2 or anything like that. So far, no luck. Tales of the Shire, that's right. Yeah, might have to look into that. There are a lot of Lord of the Rings games that I need to do. One that I played a lot as a kid was Third Age, which is an RPG game that if you like want to max out your characters, you can just sink dozens of hours into. I remember having a lot of fun on that game. Battle for Middle-earth is a classic. It's been on my to-do list forever. And then, of course, I want to try some of the more modern ones that actually look really good and were very well received, like Shadows of Mordor. I think that'll be a really good one to do. Yeah, Suladon. I actually did a Return to Moria stream when the game first came out. And that was kind of haphazard on my end. I was like, well, this game is coming out and I have a Lord of the Rings fan base. I'm just going to try to stream it just for fun as like a casual stream. And it was a bit of a disaster because that is the day that I confirmed beyond reasonable doubt that my computer could no longer handle certain games. My old computer. So yeah, I tried to stream that and it was just a mess. Like, it was laggy, my computer could not take it, my internet kept crashing, it was horrible. But that was the old computer. I've since upgraded, partly because of that disaster, so I should go back and try to redo Return to Moria now that my computer can handle it. Yeah, there are some great PlayStation developers for sure, and it always frustrates me because there are so many amazing looking games that are unfortunately PlayStation exclusives. Unfortunately, I guess besides Nintendo, it seems that PlayStation is king of PlayStation exclusive franchises. Another game kind of in the same line of thought as Sunset Overdrive, by way of the fact that they produced like one game that I absolutely loved, and every few months I check to see if they're making anything else, but they never are, is Firewatch. Did a playthrough of that on my channel as well. I think the studio is Campo Santo Studio. Oh no! I lost the plant. That's the first plant I've lost, which I guess is not bad. In 2.5 hours, I lost one plant. Yeah, a small indie studio made Firewatch. They're called Campo Santo, and that game was a total success. Like, everybody loved the game, and then the studio just kind of disappeared and broke up. Initially, they promised they were going to be making another game set in Egypt. You're like an archaeologist exploring sites in Egypt or something. But then it seems like they abandoned that project. The game studio broke up, and they were never seen or heard from again. My God. This Bloodborne soundtrack is very epic for sure. A little bit Lord of the Rings-ish. A little bit. Like, this track right now kind of reminds me of the track called The End of All Things in Return of the King. The scene where Gollum finally bites the ring off Frodo's finger and is dancing around. And the eagles are storming down, and My Friend Pedro. I've never heard of that game. What is that game about? Oh, you said it in your comment. I just missed it. It's a shooter game. Okay. I've been meaning to do a shooter for my channel because I've done a lot of different genres already, but one genre I have not done is a shooter.
Made it here safely, with the enemy all around.
Sweet, Suladon. Thanks for joining the channel. Appreciate it. Welcome. As we say around here, welcome to the monastery. Alright. I am absolutely enjoying the Bloodborne soundtrack, and I will file this away. But it is a little bit on the epic side for farming, so I might put a different one on. I'm kind of feeling the Stronghold soundtrack, because that one is very laid back and farming appropriate. Dude, no worries, Suladon. I do that all the time. Kind of going back to me trying to find people I'm subscribed to and not finding anyone. I'm very much one of these people that, like, I watch people, but then I always forget I'm not actually subscribed. Which is kind of horrible on my end, since I know the struggles of running a YouTube gaming channel, so I should subscribe and support the people who I watch. So I'll definitely try to make a point of doing that. Alright, let's do some more farming here. See, the problem with these gaming soundtracks is it definitely puts you in the mood to play the game, right? Definitely need to record more Stronghold. Yeah, that makes sense, Suladon. Organize your subscriptions a little bit better. Like I said earlier, I have two channels, right? So I have this channel, and then I have my personal channel where I do all my YouTube binging and watching. This one's mainly for the creation aspect, not for the consumption. Cult of the Lamb sounds familiar. I can't imagine it in my head, but the name is very familiar. I'm pretty sure I've come across it. Kind of like Animal Crossing, but you're running a cult. That sounds pretty epic. Yeah, of course, Muffin. You can't have a cult if you're not doing sacrifices. Come on, that's a given. Gotta do sacrifices, rituals. And you know, I try to keep it family friendly here, but let's be honest. Every cult, no matter what, always ends up being some sort of sex thing. Where the cult leader eventually tells everybody, he tells the whole congregation, you know, after he wins them over, he gets up there and says, my followers, you must now hand over all your wives for my pleasure. That's always what the cults devolve to. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about for sure. How am I letting plants die? I feel like I'm not like that distracted, am I? I must be. I guess I should be planting the number 1 plant on this middle row as opposed to the far one. That makes more sense. Yeah, I would hope not. I would hope not. I'm talking about like real life cults, not necessarily cult games. Every real life cult devolves into debauchery. Akatsuki, welcome in. The one time you show up late to the stream, it's actually a very successful stream in terms of we've been chatting the whole time. I've never had a stream where I've been talking the entire time. So this is great. I'm enjoying it. Oh yeah, you can definitely get some cult action in The Sims. By the way, Akatsuki, we've been having a discussion about gaming soundtracks as well, so we're listening to different game soundtracks as opposed to the classic Rune tunes. Currently on the Stronghold soundtrack. Oh yeah, my huge YouTuber era with 5 viewers. It's not so much the... Here's the deal, guys. It's not the quantity, it's the quality. May not have too many people here, but everybody has been very engaged, and I've enjoyed the conversation very much so far. With Muffin and Suladon and Cam. Risk of Rain. Add that to the list of things I need to remember to look up after this. When I get bored of this Stronghold soundtrack, maybe I'll put on... See, I already forgot the name of the thing. Risk of Rain. I'll put that on. Suladon, is it a linear game? Return to Moria? I always assumed it was very free roam-ish, right? Just by the nature of the fact that it's a base building game. I figured it would have a lot of replay value, but maybe not. Akatsuki, I would say that I'll remember you when I get my gold plaque. However, I imagine that day is going to come when I'm 97 years old and ridden with Alzheimer's, so I will not remember because I'll have the attention span and the memory of about 15 minutes. Muffin, so as I said, I moved to the US when I was 8 years old. So for all intents and purposes, I grew up in the US. So definitely grew up with the South Park. I moved to the US in 1998. So I definitely caught that South Park era here in the US. Yeah, I knew there was a single, I don't know if single player is the right word, but I know there was like a story-based element to Return to Moria, but I was always under the impression that that was more secondary to just the free roam, base building kind of aspect to it. I don't know if I was 8 years old watching South Park, but I was definitely like, when did South Park come out? I must have been like 10 or something. I remember it was a struggle trying to keep it hidden from my parents. You'd have to like put on your TV like at super low volume in the middle of the night on Comedy Central. Oh, it came out in 2000? Yeah, so I guess I was born in 1990, so that would have made me 10 years old. Oh, 1997. Okay. I don't know. I don't know when I first started watching South Park. Somewhere around there. I have watched every single South Park episode, though. And the movie. Bigger, longer, and uncut. Spectacular movie. Yeah, I definitely watched a lot of reruns on TV, and then when the internet era came out, of course, I just got all the episodes so I could watch them in order, in an organized manner, because before the internet, you were kind of like on the whim of reruns and the television. Ah, damn it, why do I keep losing play? What am I doing? No! I lost two, what is going on? Akatsuki, I promise I have not been bad. I played for like 2 hours without losing any single plant. And now all of a sudden I'm losing all these plants. No, Akatsuki, I mean, the South Park games are on my to-do list. The only problem is that the to-do list is gigantic and ever-growing. So all these games just get pushed down and lost in there, and then I'll re-rank them up higher, and can't believe I'm losing play. I don't feel like I'm playing that bad. I guess I'm getting distracted while I'm talking and not even notice that I'm playing bad. Because this is pretty lenient. Like, you can still screw up significantly and not lose a single crop. I do not want to promise that I'm going to bring back like the spooky game for October thing, because I don't want to make promises that I can't keep. Especially considering it's August, so I would have to get on that pretty quick if I was going to record something. But Luigi's Mansion 2 and Luigi's Mansion 3 are definitely games on that list that I just talked about. The ever-growing infinite list. You know, I didn't think I was going to like this minigame, but I am surprisingly enjoying it, Akatsuki. I think mainly it's because of the stream aspect of it. Like, this has been a fun stream. It's been one of the more active streams that I've had, if not the most active. I can imagine if I was doing this to a silent audience that I would have probably quit by now. I'm also surprised that you haven't yelled at me for doing farming Tithe instead of Winter Todd when I'm so close to 99. 2.5 hours away from 99, and I chose to come stream this instead of Winter Todd. I have a good reason for that, though, that I told other people before you got here. And that's because I was getting ready to record the Bon Voyage quest as an episode. And as I was routing that episode, I realized that I had to come here to Placidius. And it's so out of the way if you don't have a teleport that it would have made the episode a little bit clunky. So I started looking up ways to teleport here that would have been achievable for my character. And one of them is to do the minigame teleport here to the Tithe farm. But in order to do that, you need to have at least come here once. So I figured, you know what? Let me do a farm Tithe stream because I'm going to have to do that anyway to improve my farming level. So there you go. That's why I'm doing this instead of Winter Todd today. Yeah, I am doing the... One of the short-term goals has been to do the Bon Voyage quest, because that gives you access to that fossil island, so you can start doing birdhouse runs for hunting. And then you can also start getting seaweed, which is going to be very important for me for getting my crafting level up. So I want to be able to start farming those. Since those are time-dependent things, like you can only do so many... You can't just sit down and grind birdhouse runs, right? It's kind of like farming. You have to set up the stuff and then come back for it. So it's important to get that unlocked. Oh, Muffin. This game has so many skills. Look at all of these. These are all skills. Attack, hit points, mining, strength, agility, smithing, defense, herblore, fishing, range, thieving, cooking, prayer, and then crafting right there. Fire making, magic, fletching, woodcutting, rune crafting, slayer, farming, which I'm working on, construction, and hunter. I'm gonna miss a crop. I'm gonna miss a crop. Don't die on me. Barely made it. I think it kind of paused itself. Yeah, it made it. Sweet. It would not surprise me, Muffin. The Minecraft mod community is totally insane. If it can be done, it has been done. I think once I deposit another 100 fruit, probably want to go talk to the guy and see what rewards I can get here. And how many points I'm trying to hoard up. I don't even have a goal right now. I'm just doing this. I know you can get the farming outfit or whatever, but I want to see what else. I think herbs, right? You can, yeah, herbs for sure. I know that. You can get a bunch of herbs here. But I want to see exactly how the exchange is with the points. Hero Brine. I have not. What is Hero Brine? Oh, yes, yes. I remember now. I gotta be honest. I did not. But I remember you talked about it. See, this is... I need an official Renaissance Gaming stream note taker. Somebody that keeps track of all the things I need to look up. Because while I'm streaming and playing and chatting, it's easy for me to say, oh yeah, I'll look that up after stream, but then when the stream ends, I don't remember anything. Including all the stuff we talked about this stream. I know there was like 10 things on the list for me to look up. I don't remember a single one of them already. Yeah, Sly Cooper. That's the one I'm most excited about. A raccoon with a hippopotamus and a turtle. Yeah, Cult of the Lamb also does sound kind of interesting. Definitely unique, that's for sure. I'm not getting the best experience here. It's like 15,000 an hour. It's pretty garbage. But I think once I'm able to use higher level seeds, it'll improve. What is the next milestone for seeds? I think it's like 50 something. Muffin, I gotta be honest, I never really got into the superhero movies or superhero franchises. It was just never really my thing. Every boy, when he becomes a man, has this point in his life where he must decide. He'll grow up either loving Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, or superheroes. For me, it was Lord of the Rings. Muffin, that's crazy. If you don't mind me asking, and you can generalize if you want to, how old are you? I do feel like Lord of the Rings is becoming a little bit of like a slightly older crowd. Like, I don't think Gen Z is into Lord of the Rings at all. I think that's more of a millennial thing. Yeah, I actually have Lego Lord of the Rings and Lego The Hobbit on Steam. I never played through them, though. I bought them on a sale and never played. They look amazing. I definitely want to do them. Add that to the list of infinite games. Okay, yeah, see, you're Gen Z. I think that gives credence to my theory that Lord of the Rings is more of... It's becoming like an older person thing. So what you told me is not that surprising about you not knowing many people that enjoy Lord of the Rings. Because I'm struggling to think of a Gen Z person I'm aware of that's a super Lord of the Rings nerd like myself. Even Star Wars is becoming a little bit older, although it is breathing new life with all the new Disney franchises with Star Wars. Muffin, I have no idea. I wasn't actually thinking about your age at all until the Lord of the Rings superhero Star Wars things came up. So I didn't even have a chance to take a guess, I guess, before you brought it up. I guess when I asked you, I thought, okay, I guess you're a lot younger than me. I think my YouTube dashboard will tell me the age breakdown of my audience. I don't know off the top of my head, but I do think it is in that general age range where it's like mostly 18-ish. It makes sense, right? Gaming content tends to appeal to a younger crowd. Yeah, sometimes doing the channel makes me feel like an old man. Makes me feel like an old man. I feel very young at heart, but then I stop to think about it and I'm like, man, I am getting old, huh? I'm getting old. Really, Muffin? That's surprising. I don't think so at all. I think it definitely appeals to the younger crowd, but I have this thing in my head that whenever I'm interacting with somebody that I don't know how old they are, to me, I just kind of assume that they're in my general age range. So to go back to your original question, even though I wasn't specifically thinking about how old you are, I guess in the back of my mind I was assuming that you were around my same age. Alright, let me step outside here real quick and see about some rewards. What is auto weed? Akatsuki, are you here? Yes, you're here. You just sent a chat. What is this auto weed thing? Do you know? Herb sack, Gorilla Course can. I don't know what any of this junk is. I know the herb box obviously gets you herbs, and then you got the outfit, which I think is what I'm going to save up for initially. And then the seeds, let me see the seed table. So 54 is the next one. I had the count check. Yeah, Muffin, now I'm curious as to the age breakdown here. So, let me actually pull up my creator dashboard here and see if I can find the analytics on that. I know it's in here somewhere. Alright, here we go. So, alright, a little older than I thought, for sure. So, you are in the rare subcategory, Muffin. 13 to 17 years old, 1.4% of people watching my channel. 18 to 24 years, 22%. You were correct with your guess, Muffin. 25 to 34 years old, 51%. That's the biggest group. 35 to 44, 18.5%. 45 to 54, 5.5%. 55 to 64, 1.3%. And then shout out to the old timers. Shout out to the boomers coming in at 0.3%, 65 plus. Interesting. Let me pull this up for you guys, actually. Because I want to show this. Just because you asked, I guess. How do I do that? I guess I could save this image real quick. Let me add the image here to the stream. Here you go. Here's the age breakdown for my channel. And then the male to female ratio, unsurprisingly, 93% male. Shout out to the 6.6% of the ladies. But yeah, it looks like the biggest demographic here is the 25 to 34 category, half the people. That's a little surprising to me. I really thought it would be more in that 18 to 24 range. Anyway, that's enough of that. Back to the grind here. Let me see what I missed in the chat. No more weeds in your pack, like permanently? If you get that auto weed, you just no more weeds permanently? Because that seems kind of OP. Although sometimes it helps to get a little bit of weeds so you can throw it in that compost box. So I don't know. Alright, let me use this lamp on Herblore. Always. 18 Herblore, sweet. And I have no idea about farming contracts. Akatsuki, never heard of that. Alright, actually, since I stepped outside, let me take a quick little break. I need to go to the bathroom and stretch a little bit. Give me like 5 minutes, maybe. I'll be back. If somebody comes in and they ask about the silence and the weird music playing, let them know that I'm taking a quick break. Alright, I'm back. For simplicity's sake, let's go back to the rune tunes. I don't want the playlist to end randomly and go to autoplay a random video. Oh, I guess you lose the seeds whenever you leave. What level am I now? I'm not even paying attention to the level. 47. That's pretty good. A few more and I should be able to get the next tier. Muffin, I did like the Bloodborne soundtrack a lot. I'm definitely going to keep it in the back pocket. It just felt a little too epic for what we're doing here with the farming. A little too intense. I was feeling something a little bit more casual, laid back. But yeah, very, very good soundtrack. From the little that I listened. Yeah, Muffin, Lego Lord of the Rings has definitely been on the list for a long time, and I'm surprised I haven't gotten around to it yet. See, even I didn't realize it was on my banner. It doesn't surprise me that it's on the banner, but I guess I must have forgotten that I put it on there. I made that a long time ago. Oh, Mini Ninjas is spectacular. I love that game. It's really good. It's definitely one of those games that went under the radar. Like, yeah, not many people know about it, but I love playing that. The problem with it is, at least the last time I checked, is the only version you can get is through Steam. And apparently the Steam version is like totally broken in terms of bugs and you just literally can't play the game, is what I heard. But last time I checked was a long time ago, so they may have fixed the issues by now. The good thing about Mini Ninjas on Steam is that it's always like dirt cheap. I think I've never seen it above like $5, and I've seen it go to like 99 cents many times. I would love to do that game for the channel at some point as well. It's a very charming, whimsical little game. Yeah, games on Steam, if you wait long enough, they'll become dirt cheap. You know what, Muffin? I have the same thing. I have actually a bunch of extra copies of Lego Lord of the Rings and Lego The Hobbit. I think it went on sale once upon a time, and I bought a bunch of copies for not only myself to play through, but I also figured, you know what, whenever I do this playthrough, it'd be cool to have extra copies to do like a giveaway on the channel. So I have some extra copies of those as well. I went through a period of time where I did a few giveaways on the channel, and then I kind of stopped doing that because I started hearing that there are legal issues with it. Like if you're doing a contest, if you're officially giving something away or whatever, there's like YouTube terms and conditions that you have to abide by, and there's like all these legalities and rules you have to follow, and it just seemed too complicated to deal with at the time. So I was just like, you know what, I'm just not going to deal with it. But yeah, I do need to do that in the future, kind of give back to the community. Have extra game copies on Steam, that's for sure, that I can give away. Sorry for the Windows sound, that was on my end. Yeah, I think in general the LEGO franchise for games does an excellent job, regardless of which one it is. I have not played the Just Cause series. I have not played many... I don't know if recent is the right word, but yeah, I guess it is. I have not played many recent games. Most of the games I've played are oldies, as you can probably tell. There are a few exceptions. Few and far between. Yeah, even though I haven't played it, I've definitely scoped it out and seen some footage from it, and it does look amazing, for sure. I'm sure I would have a lot of fun with it. There are a lot of games that I've never played but look amazing. Just too many games, not enough time. And games are so big, like the games that come out today, they're just so big that for somebody like myself that really likes to fully explore and do 100%, and not only do 100%, but show everything there's to show within a game, it gets very complex and very time consuming. So sometimes it's easier to stick with the classics. I think we're on the verge of games just getting impossibly massive with advances in AI. I think games are definitely going to start incorporating AI at some point. I mean, the classic thing that I can think of is GTA 6 is going to be crazy, right? But imagine GTA 7. I can see a GTA 7 where every NPC that you're interacting with is powered by some AI backbone, where everything they say, how they act, everything is just AI generated and unique to every single playthrough of the game, if that makes sense. Creates infinite possibilities within the game itself. I could see that coming very soon. Yeah, Muffin, exactly. It's just going to be the world with billions of machine-powered AI in there. Maybe not like GTA 7, but certainly down the pipeline, something like that I think is very possible. Games are just getting very, very complex, and sometimes that's great. Like for something like GTA, the complexity of GTA is what makes it amazing, right? It's literally a world in there, and extremely immersive. But for most cases, I think that when you overcomplicate things and you make it too complex, it definitely takes away from it. Kind of like what I was talking about earlier with the stick figure for the gaming channel Avatar having a charm in its simplicity. I think the same can be said for games. Sometimes the simplest, coziest games are the most charming, right? There's no need to complicate things. Keep it simple, keep it basic. At least for me. I know that's not for everybody, but my taste and my style kind of lends itself towards just more simple things. Hence Renaissance gaming as opposed to, I don't know, futuristic gaming. Oh yeah, I grew up on Cartoon Network cartoons. All the classics, my friend, all the classics. Dexter's Laboratory, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Ed, Edd and Eddy, Johnny Bravo, Powerpuff Girls. And then all the classic Looney Tunes and Hanna-Barbera cartoons. So the Jetsons, the Flintstones, Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry. Oh, Cow and Chicken on Cartoon Network as well. That show is just totally absurd, but grew up watching some of that. Samurai Jack, another really good one. Kind of a different style, a little bit more mature, but very enjoyable nonetheless. Yeah, see, we're from different generations, so I definitely grew up with the cartoons that came one generation before yours. Yeah, I'm very familiar with like Adventure Time and Rick and Morty and all that kind of stuff, but never watched those. And then since we've talked about me recording Pokemon, I definitely watched the Pokemon anime growing up. Dragon Ball Z, of course. I mean, every kid that grew up in my generation watched Dragon Ball Z. It was hilarious, man. I lived in a neighborhood with a bunch of kids, and we'd all be playing outside after school, and there was this one kid, I remember one day specifically, he just like came running out of his house, just started yelling at everybody. He was like, guys, you guys, Dragon Ball Z is on. And we all ran to his house to go watch the episode. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, I got turned around here. I don't know why I went on this row. I guess I was not paying attention. I was reminiscing about these cartoons now that you asked me about it. Yeah, you're right. A lot of the cartoons that I brought up are more like each episode was sort of independent. Like they could stand on their own, whereas now I know there's a lot more plot building and development and long-term development for the show. Like, let's say Dexter's Lab, for example, which I brought up. You could watch any Dexter's Lab episode, and it would stand on its own and would make sense on its own without you having to have watched the entire series before it. I think my favorite from that laundry list, though, that I gave for you is Courage the Cowardly Dog. Sensational cartoon. Definitely stands the test of time, too, because it was super cool as a kid growing up, and then watching it as an adult, it's still super enjoyable because it's a little bit darker, a little bit more mature of a cartoon. So it's interesting to watch a cartoon like that, where if you're watching it as a kid, you're viewing it through one lens, and you're enjoying it a certain way. And then if you rewatch it as an adult, you see it completely different, but still enjoyable, if not even more so. Yeah, the cartoons today are definitely more action heavy, a lot more fast paced, a lot more captivating, I guess, and immersive. You have to remember, like, I guess, am I really going to say this? Am I going to say the phrase back in my time? Oh my God, what a old person boomer thing to say, but back in my time, there wasn't such a plethora of content like there is now. Like today, there's just so much content. There's so many TV channels and shows on the internet and YouTube, and there's just so much competition for shows that you have to make something that kind of stands out very significantly to compete. Whereas when I was growing up, there was only a very limited number of things that you could watch. For example, if you're a kid and you're looking for a cartoon, there's no YouTube, there's not like all these subscription services, there's nothing. There's just the channels on the TV, and the channels on the TV showing cartoons at the time were Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon. So you were watching one of those two channels, and those two channels only had a handful of cartoons each. So everybody was kind of watching the same thing, and it was a limited option. But now, if you're going to make it as a cartoon, you got way too much competition, and you really have to do something spectacular to stand out. For example, all the cartoons I told you about, including Courage the Cowardly Dog, which are, in my opinion, just an absolute masterpiece. I think if that show came out today, it would go totally unnoticed. I don't think many people would watch it at all. I don't think you would hear anything about it. Yeah, Muffin, kind of going back to what we've been talking about, simplicity in things, right? It was certainly a lot more simple back then. You had just limited options, but in those options, it just felt, I don't know, it felt more wholesome in a way. And also it was a lot more communal because everybody was watching the same thing. Nowadays, everybody has like their thing that they're watching, so you bond a little bit less with your friends at school, for example, who may be into things that are totally different than what you're into, just because there's so many things to choose from. Like the friendships that I made over Ocarina of Time as a kid that I talked about earlier, I don't think that would be possible today because, you know, I'd be playing Ocarina of Time and everybody else would be playing a completely different game. Even when it does come to gaming, it's just like whenever, even if a game is an absolute success and it's a total masterpiece today, everybody forgets about it a month later, right? Because 100 other games have come out since then. But when Ocarina of Time came out, for example, there weren't that many other options of games, so everybody was on that, and everybody was in agreement that it was a masterpiece. And it withstood the test of time because there weren't 100 other games to drown it out immediately. Yeah, that's true, Muffin. I'm being a little bit hyperbolic when I'm saying all this. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's really just to kind of make a point. There's definitely a lot of advantages to growing up gaming today, right? And the main thing is what you just mentioned, is the multiplayer aspect. It's so easy for you to get online and play a game with your friends today, which is really cool. Back in my day, we didn't have online play. We had to do local area networks or LANs, which was a really fun experience in and of itself. So they would have these things called, I don't know if you'd be familiar with this, but LAN houses, where essentially it's a place that you walk into that just has a ton of computers that are connected to each other locally, and then you would play with the people in there. So I remember as a kid going with my cousins to a LAN house to play Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3 because it was so difficult to do it online. You had to essentially do it locally like that. Yeah, Muffin, I forget the technical aspects of that, but yeah, Gen 2 Pokemon introduced this really archaic, very primitive option of online play in the Japan version. I don't want to talk too much about it just because I forgot the details, so I don't want to say something that's not true, but I do remember looking that up as well. I never experienced it, but I remember reading about it. Online play like that, with things like that, one thing that is true is that it was always like a coin toss if it was going to work or not. I remember I did try to connect online to play like a match of Stronghold. So what you would have to do is you would have to, this is like very early days of the internet, you would have to find a site which was like a community site for the game, and there would be like a message board, like some forums, and you would have to set up a playtime with somebody, and they would have to meet you at that playtime, and then in that message board you would try to coordinate it. So you would have to like put in the person's IP address and like a few different codes and try to connect with each other. So yeah, you would like set it up on your end, and then you go on the message board and be like, okay, I just created the game, here's the IP address, here's the port, here's the passcode to join. And then you'd wait like 15 minutes, and then you'd get a message response, and they'd be like, I'm trying, it says the server was not found or something, what do I do now? Then you'd spend like 3 hours troubleshooting. And then they would finally connect to the game, and you would start playing, and then you would get the dreaded message of your opponent has disconnected. It was just such garbage, nothing worked. Oh, that's super smart, Muffin. Yeah, they do that. They do, I guess you can call it dynamic pricing, where they'll price things depending on your region. Like if you go on Steam to buy a game in Brazil, it's a completely different price than in the US. I think. Don't quote me on that one, but I'm pretty sure. Maybe not Steam, but a lot of services work like that, where the pricing is dynamic depending on your region. Yeah, that is kind of unfair. I agree with you. I get it from their perspective, but it kind of feels like a slap in the face when you pay like, I don't know, $60 for a game, right? And then you go and you look at the Japan marketplace and they're selling it for like 10 bucks or something. It does feel like a little bit of a slap in the face. However, having kind of grown up in Brazil and going back all the time to visit family and knowing how different the economic situation is and the value of the currency based or compared to the US dollar, I get it. Because if they were charging 60 American dollars for a game in Brazil, they wouldn't sell anything. That's just like way too much money for your average Brazilian. I think the minimum salary in Brazil is somewhere around 1,200 reals, which is about like, not exactly, but maybe like $200. So imagine you're making $200 a month to live and buy food and groceries and everything. $200 a month, and then you want to buy a game and it's $60? There's no way, right? So I understand why they kind of price differently, or else they just wouldn't sell any games. That being said, like I said, it is a slap in the face to pay full price for a game and then go to a different marketplace and see it for a tenth the price. Yeah, you can't go wrong with those summer sales. Admittedly, Steam has excellent sales. As long as you're patient, you can usually scoop the game that you want for a good price. The key word there is patience, though, which sometimes is difficult to have. Yeah, Japan is weird when it comes to games because they have like their own thing going on almost, right? They have like their own game market. Like even when you think about Pokemon, like the Pokemon versions were different. Like the first generation Pokemon games in Japan, like they had Pokemon Green, but in America they only did like Red and Blue, and oftentimes there are those games where there's like the Japanese version of the game and the American version of the game, and although they're mostly the same, there are distinct differences. Or there are Japan exclusive titles that eventually get like an American version years later. It's a little weird. I'm not too sure about that censoring. I believe it for sure. I'm not denying it, but I'm trying to think what the censorship was. I know here's one specific example that I do know. There's a sprite for one of the trainers in second generation Pokemon. It's a female sprite, and I guess it's kind of made to look like a bit of a sexy girl. And in the Japanese version, she's a little bit more provocative. I think she's like winking or something like that. And I know in the American version, they got rid of the winking. So I know that specifically. But I don't know if that's what that video you're talking about was referring to in terms of censorship in Gen 2 Pokemon. Or if it's more like in-your-face censorship, because the one I talked about is pretty subtle, right? Like you wouldn't even know it if you didn't hear about it. It's kind of annoying being 1 point short. Oh my god, the Winter Todd soundtrack. I do need to finish that grind. Wow, I am way more efficient when I'm not chatting, I just noticed. Like, these timers are essentially full when I'm hitting them. That is weird about the translation. Man, Monster Hunter for $6. That's a steal. Hey, Mark Rooney, welcome in. Glad you found the channel. Yeah, it seems like, well, Lord of the Rings Online is certainly my main content. That's where a majority of my audience is. So I'm glad for that. Definitely enjoying the series. I'm sure you probably checked out the playlist for that, but that series is still going strong. We're pushing towards like 900 episodes on it. And I gotta be fully honest with you. Not a fan of the Rings of Power. I'm not going to trash talk it because if people enjoy it, more power to them. 100% not my thing, though. Coming from the biggest fan of the original Lord of the Rings trilogy. However, with that said, we were talking about this a little earlier before you got here, but there is some new Lord of the Rings content on the horizon. There's an animated movie that's coming out later this year, War of the Rohirrim, which I am excited about. And Peter Jackson, who produced and directed the original Lord of the Rings trilogy, was commissioned to do 2 more Lord of the Rings movie. One of them is going to be The Hunt for Gollum, and the other one is yet to be named, so I'm definitely excited about those as well. So although not a fan of Rings of Power, there's some other Lord of the Rings stuff coming out that I am excited about. Trollstraws is a great region in the game, though. Great soundtrack in there. Muffin, I'm surprised that you can access and purchase from the Japanese eShop. I would figure they would have some mechanism in place to prevent Americans from taking advantage of that. Yeah, Mark. Originally, when I heard that War of the Rohirrim was going to be animated, I was a little bit let down. I don't know why. I just was. But the more I thought about it and some of the screenshots I've seen, I think I'm super, super excited about that. And I think it has the potential to be truly amazing. There's so much you can do with an animated movie to really explore creativity that I think it has a lot of potential. I guess the initial thing that you think about with animated movie, it's like, oh, it's going to be a little bit childish, but that's certainly not the case with a lot of animated stuff. I think if they take a little bit of a more mature tone with it, it should be spectacular. I'm a little bit surprised how little we know about War of the Rohirrim, considering it's apparently coming out in just a few months. Like, we don't have much information on it at all. We have like a few screenshots, some very basic info. But I thought by now we'd have maybe even just like a tiny little 30-second teaser trailer or something. Okay, that's interesting, Muffin. That's surprising to me. Like I said, I really thought they would have tried to hardball people into not being able to do that. But I'm glad you can get some cheap deals. Yeah, Mark, for sure. When you got Philippa Boyens and Fran Walsh and Peter Jackson involved and they're big decision makers, I think that is a recipe for success, considering what they did with the original trilogy. Philippa Boyens and Fran Walsh don't get the credit they deserve because they're almost kind of like in the background of the whole thing. But their writing and their vision really helped make the Lord of the Rings trilogy what it was. So I definitely agree with you that when they're involved, it's spectacular. Now, you could make the exception for... Again, I try not to trash talk things, but I think we can probably all agree that the Hobbit trilogy was nowhere near the Lord of the Rings trilogy, right? Even though Peter Jackson directed. But I feel like that was a little bit of a different situation, because originally Guillermo del Toro was supposed to head that project and direct the trilogy, and he essentially like backed out at the last minute, and they threw Peter Jackson in there at the last minute with like limited time and resources and capabilities, and Peter Jackson just had to kind of make the best of a bad situation. And if you look at some of the behind scenes on there, it almost seems like it ate his soul to have to do that. So I think we can view that a little bit as an exception. I hope that with the right time and the right creative freedom, that whole crew can recapture the magic they captured. Alright, my friends, I think I'm going to do another round of 100 crops, and then I'm probably going to call it a stream. So that should take, what, like 20 minutes or something? Yeah, it's been nearly 4 hours. I forgot to eat dinner. I'm starving. It's been a lot of fun so far, though. Appreciate everybody who has stopped by for a chat. I always like to try and give it a little heads up of when the stream may be ending. I feel like if I leave randomly, it feels like a little bit of a disrespectful rug pull, right? So I'm letting you guys know, maybe another 15-20 minutes here. Muffin, I meal prep, so I'll cook a bunch of food and stick it all in the freezer. So that especially during the work week, I have meals ready to go and I don't have to worry about cooking or getting anything. So currently, I think what I have in the freezer is some shredded chicken with sweet potatoes and rice and some vegetables. Those are generally my meals. It's like some carb, like rice or pasta or sweet potato. A protein. Chicken, turkey, fish. Sometimes red meat. And then some vegetables. Yeah, Mark, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you coming in and giving some feedback on the series. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'll give you my my little spiel about recommending you watch it in 2x speed. Some people don't like to, but I'm telling you, it's so much better to watch videos in 2x speed. Oh, a crop died. Yeah, and have a good night, and I hope you enjoy your weekend. I don't know if I call myself I mean, I do cook my meals, and I like how they turn out. I just never cook anything too complex, and I generally don't cook for other people, right? I cook for myself. So I don't know how other people would feel about my cooking. I like it. How am I falling so far behind? I swear it's super weird. I feel like I am not slowing down my pace at all, but whenever I'm talking, apparently time just runs faster, and I like miss these crops. It's kind of crazy. Or maybe as I'm talking, I don't realize that I'm not clicking efficiently. See, look at this. Even the game is telling me to stop streaming. It says, you've been playing for a while. Consider taking a break from your screen. Alright, I will. Just give me a second. Let me get a few more points here. Alright, the guy asking what the hell this is. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. It's like too many consonants in there. Unless you give me like a phonetic spelling of it in chat, then I'll try. This is Old School RuneScape. It's actually one of the most popular games in the world, man. Definitely not for everybody though, it's definitely a weird game. Not the most popular game, one of the most popular games. It's definitely not the most popular. I found this game way back in the day. I've been playing it on and off since 2002 when it first came out, or at least the first iteration of it came out. A friend of mine from school introduced me to it. He said, come play this game. And I did, and I've been playing ever since, on and off at least. But yeah, it is called Old School RuneScape. If you just Google it or put it into YouTube, you'll go down a rabbit hole. It's a massive game. 20 plus years of content and development, very active player base. Oh, nice, Muffin. Congrats. I'm glad you got a sick deal. And it's in English? That's pretty sick. What game did you get again? Yes, this is an MMO, a massively multiplayer online game. Right now I am doing an activity which clearly does not require any other people. But yeah, it is an MMO with lots of active players. Okay, a Lego game. Yeah, like I said, these Lego games are all really good. I'm not familiar with Ninjago though. I've lived like all over the place, honestly, but if I had to pick a place, I would say Texas. It's where I've lived most of my life. What about you? Where are you from? Is it somewhere Scandinavian? I'm guessing by the name. Maybe? I'll either look smart or stupid for that one. Croatia. See? I've been made to look stupid. Nowhere near Scandinavia. Croatia. I definitely want to visit Croatia. It seems like a beautiful country. I'm pretty sure Diocletian's palace is there, right? In Zagreb? Am I making that up, or is that true? The Roman Emperor of the Tetrarchy? Pretty sure he had a palace in Zagreb. Muffin, Croatia is a country in the Balkans. In Europe. Oh, you're actually from Zagreb. Very cool. How is Diocletian's palace? Is it worth the visit? I'm a big Roman history nerd, so... That's what's kind of fun about YouTube, at least from a creator's perspective, is you get to meet people from all over the world in your comment section or in your live streams. Never thought I would be chatting with somebody from Zagreb tonight. Yeah, Americans get a bad reputation in terms of general world knowledge and that kind of stuff, but I'm a very big nerd in that sense. I've always really enjoyed studying geography and other countries and cultures and stuff like that, so... And I guess to be fair, I was born in Brazil. I lived in the US most of my life, but I was born in Brazil. I came to the US when I was 8 years old. I consider myself American, but I guess technically I'm a Brazilian. Yeah, nice to meet you as well. Thanks for stopping by. It was good chatting with you. I hope you have a good night, restful sleep, and maybe see you at some point in the future. Yeah, when you read about RuneScape like on paper, it sounds abysmal. It's like, what did you do in RuneScape for 4 freaking hours? Well, I clicked the seed, put it in the soil, hit the watering can 10,000 times over and over again. I don't understand why I find this game fun, but it is. And I'm not the only one. Like I said, it's a very popular game, but when you just explain it, it doesn't make sense because it is just a series of extremely repetitive tasks. You know you've been playing RuneScape too long when the randomized soundtrack starts repeating itself. Muffin, you have not been quiet at all. You've been chatting with me this whole stream, which I appreciate. Not that you should feel pressured to talk or anything, but on my end, it's been a lot more fun. Like I've said, usually when I stream, because I'm a pretty small channel, I'm usually streaming to myself, basically. There's usually nobody here chatting. And this has been a lot more fun. Having at least one person to talk to, it's been a lot of fun. I really mean it when I say I probably would have left a couple hours ago if there was nobody here. Oh, the remake of Link's Awakening? Because I've definitely played the original one. I actually have the 100% playthrough on my channel. I've recorded that one, but I haven't played the remake yet. I'm assuming you're talking about the remake if it's 30 bucks. Why would they be selling like the original version of it? Yeah, if I had to pick between the two and you haven't played either yet, I would definitely go with Skyward Sword. It's just such a bigger game. Yeah, did they not sell some of the Game Boy ports on the eShop? I thought you could get like the classic Legend of Zelda and the classic Link's Awakening on the eShop. But maybe not. I know sometimes they're actually kind of weird with that. Alright, this is gonna be my last patch. This is one of the longer streams I've done. Usually 4 hours is the upper limit. What I really wish they would do on the eShop, and what they need to do, is some of the multiplayer Zeldas. Which sounds kind of weird, right? A lot of people don't even know there are multiplayer Zelda games, but there's Four Swords, which kind of sort of came out with A Link to the Past. And then there's Four Swords Adventures. And then there is Triforce Heroes. Those are all multiplayer-ish Zelda games. And nowadays it's just kind of like impossible to be able to play those games because there's no way to connect with somebody else to play those games. So those are games that they 100% need to release on the eShop. Just because they're, even if you own the game, like if you own those games, you still can't enjoy them because there's no way for you to connect with somebody else to play them. Yeah, I heard about the canceled Tetra base game as well. I love Tetra. I think that was such a cool character. I remember as like the biggest Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask fanboy there ever was at the time. When they announced Wind Waker, I was absolutely furious when I saw the art style, like the cel shading style. I just could not get over it. But then it came out and I played it, and it's one of my favorite Zelda games of all time, and I love the art style. Absolutely love it, so I don't know why I was so pissy about it. Love Wind Waker. Kind of funny that we're talking about Wind Waker right now, because this Old School RuneScape track kind of sounds a little bit like Wind Waker vibes. Yeah, now I definitely appreciate that art style. I actually think it's amazing, and I think it worked perfectly for that game and what it is. So I should have just trusted Nintendo. I should have trusted them. They take very good care of their franchises, admittedly. I'm sure you're aware, but they do have the Wind Waker HD remake for, I guess it's not on the Switch, but on the Wii U, maybe? Is it the Wii or the Wii U? God, I don't even know now. I want to say it's the Wii U. Yeah, I cannot remember the last F-Zero game. What I meant to say by they take good care of their franchises is that they really respect a game that they do make, right? So when they make like a mainline Mario game, they really respect it and they take their time with it. Same thing with a Zelda game. When they make a new mainline Zelda game, they're not going to put out some slop or try to make it a money grab. Of course, they want their game to be successful, but I think they really try to respect the franchise. Wasn't necessarily speaking to the abandonment of franchises. Obviously, there has been plenty of those. Just mainly talking about games that they do introduce to their existing franchises. They seem to put love into it. But yeah, you're right. There are a lot of very interesting Nintendo franchises that are essentially abandoned. Listen, they need to do another Earthbound game. I'm so surprised that they like just completely dropped that series because it was so beloved. Admittedly, it was a little niche, but Earthbound was so beloved and it's such a cool franchise that I'm surprised there really hasn't been much movement there at all. And like you said, F-Zero, even something a little bit more popular like Star Fox. When was the last time there was anything Star Fox? They have a lot of really cool franchises that are underutilized. Yeah, I'm not talking about a port though. I get that the ports are fun, but like they need a new one, right? Imagine what they could do today with an Earthbound game. Okay. See, now I'm just like a few experience points away from another farming level. It makes me want to stay. Yeah, I don't know, Muffin. You make a good point. I don't know if there would be an appetite for Earthbound. At least from my general sense, it seems like it's always had a very loyal fan base, but maybe it would not do very well today. I mean, they have very smart people working at Nintendo, so I'm sure if they saw a big market for it, it would have been done. Maybe there's a reason why they haven't touched the franchise. Who knows? So how much does it cost for the full outfit here? It is 200, 350, 400 points total. Okay. It's not terrible. Oh, you know what? I probably need to buy this can because I think this can has like 1,000 uses or something. That would make my life easier. And then the seed box is probably good too because I can store... These are all really good rewards, actually. I need to grind this minigame for points so I can get all of this. Okay. Well, I would like to keep playing because I'm an addict. I'm an addict. But I need to force myself to stop so I can at least eat. At the very least, right? So yeah, thanks everybody for watching, whether you were here live, whether you're here live now, or whether you're a masochist and you're watching a replay of this, which I don't know why anybody would. But yeah, thanks for being here, and yeah, especially thanks to you, Muffin. You were here from the start, and you kept the chat alive, so I definitely appreciate that. Like I said many times, this is way more fun for me when there's somebody here to chat to, even if it's just one person. It's the whole point of streaming, right? Otherwise, I would just be recording this as an episode. But yeah, this is the fun of streaming. I always enjoy it when there's people here to chat to. So thanks again, and I hope you have a good night, and I'll see you hopefully on the next stream or a video or whatever. Glad you got that sick deal on your game. And have a good weekend.